So first of all, few words on Kathak dance. Kathak dance is one of the 8 Indian dances in India. It takes its origin in north of India. The word Katha means story in Sanskrit. The Kathakar, dancer of Kathak, are then storytellers who tell the stories of Indian gods and goddesses. The song that you will hear will be mime with abhinaya, several facial expressions like shyness, or with mudra, like the flute. You will also hear precise rhythm which are from north of India. I will accompany this rhythm with my gungrus, these bells at the feet. So you will discover 4 mime songs which are describing the most romantic, the most handsome, the most playful, the most mischievous of the Prince Krishna. Why to choose Krishna? Because he feels the same emotion than us, and because he also lives events which could happen in our life. For example, when he is a small boy and that he is in his birth village, he steals butter. In his teenhood, he falls in love with Radha, a gopi. During this period, Krishna achieved several feats. Even though many demons tried to kill him, he always managed to escape. Later, he marries Princess Rukmini and he flew to Dwarka because he is tired to keep on fighting against these demons. In this show, you will see several stages of the life of Krishna and of the people who had a direct link with him. When in the same choreography there are many characters, I will make a tour on myself like this. We call it palta in Kathak language. I thank my guru Sandhya Desai and Sharmila Sharma to teach this choreography. The songs have been composed by Atul Desai and Birju Maharaj, 2 big artists very respected in the field of North Indian music and Kathak. So first song, Sundara Vishala. This Vandana is a prayer to celebrate all the feats of Lord Krishna. First, we illustrate his beauty. His necklace of flower, his mischievous eyes, his earrings, his curly hair, his peacock feather, his yellow dhoti, and his flute. The peacock are dancing around him when he appears. He is loved by everybody in Vrindavan, the village where he grew up. He controlled the ugly snake Kalia, who was feeding everybody, and he dances on his head. He resisted to Lord Kama, the Lord of Love, by succumbing neither to desire, neither to love. Krishna is the brother of Balarama, and with him they are wandering everywhere in the forest to help the needy. There is Krishna with all his attributes, flowers, piece of feather, flute, and he with his brother Balarama. So this was to help to understand the songs because it's all in Sanskrit and sometimes it's difficult to know. So then usually you can see also what is described in the song. So now we'll go to another character, Mira. Princess Mira is born many years after Krishna. She was married, and according to the custom, she should spend her time with the subjects of the court of the palace. But she prefers to be with the sage of the temple. The luxury and the agitation of the court is making her unhappy, and she cries. But her tears are making plants grow with lot of love. All the court is spreading rumors about her, but finally she breaks away from it. This material world doesn't interest her, and she is happy celebrating Krishna. That is when her husband, the king, jealous of Mira's devotion for Lord Krishna, tries to poison her. But instead of dying, miracle, she will even become more devoted to Lord Krishna. Is it Krishna who saved Mira? you for your attention. Now the first part is over, and you can follow the second part later at 7:05 on the stage outside. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Anjali. Thank you very much, Anjali, for performing here, showing some songs, and for Mirabai also. Thank you very much. Again, please a round of applause for her. As you have heard, she will have a part 2 at the stage at 7 o'clock, 7:05. So if you want to follow, you can also go backstage, the back of the temple. So, and now we are going to have an arati, the Gaura arati, the temple ceremony at 6:30. And you are also invited, if you have some presents for Lord Krishna, you can go there. A pujari will stand there. You can follow the line and also hand them over the presents which you have brought to Lord Krishna. So this way, yeah. At 8 o'clock there will be an abhishek. At 9 o'clock there will be lecture. At 10 o'clock another dance performance, and afterwards there will be kirtan till at the end midnight, where we have the midnight big arati ceremony. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
रानी की, श्री श्री राधा गोपीनाथ की, श्री श्री गौरनिताय की, श्रील प्रभुपाद की। जय जय गौरचंदे आरती को शोभा गौरचंदे आरती को शोभा जय जय गौरचंदे आरती को शोभा जय जय गौरचंदे आरती को लोबा जानवी तातावा जगमान लोबा जानवी तातावा जगमान लोबा जानवी तातावा जगमान लोबा दकीने निताय बमे गदगारा बमे गदगारा दकीने निताय गददारा निकते अद्वैत श्री वास चत्रधारा निकते अद्वैत श्री वास चत्रधारा निकते अद्वैत वास चत्रधारा निकते अद्वैत श्री वास बसे अचे गौर रत्न सिंहासने बसे रत्न सिंहासने बसे आचे गौरचा रत्न सिंहासने बसे आचे गौरचा रत्न सिंहासने आरती करे ना आदिदेवगणे आरती करे ना ब्रह्म आदिदेवगणे नरहरि आदि करे चामर दुलाया नारी नारी आदि करे चामर दुलाया संजय मुकुंद सदिगाया संजय मुकुंद सदिगाया संजय मुकुंद गोषादिगाया संजय मुकुंद गोषादिगाया बजे गंत बाजे बजे करताला शंका बजे गंत बाजे बजे करताला शंका बजे गंत बाजे बजे करताला शंका baje, ganta baje, baje karta. Madura mirganga ba, paramarasa. Paramarasala Ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje. Ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje. Madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje. Madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje, madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje, ganta baje. Madur, madur, madur baje, ganta baje. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Nitai Gaurango, Jaya Nitai Gaurango, Jaya Nitai Gaurango, Jaya Gaurango. Bahu koti chandra jine, vadana ujjwala. Bahu koti chandra jini, vadana ujjwala. चांदने वग्न उज्ज्वला काला जैसे वनमाला कोरे जाल माला गाला जैसे कोरे जाल माला गाला जैसे कोरे जाल माला गाला जैसे कोरे जाल शिवा शुक नारदा प्रेमे गदगा शिवा प्रेमे गदगा शिवा शुक नारदा प्रेमे गदगा गदगा पाकति विनोदे गोररा संबादा पाकति विनोदे गोररा संबादा पाकति गोररा संबादा गोररा संबादा की बजाय जय गौरचंदे आरती को शोभा जया जय गौरचंदे आरती को शोभा जानविताता जगमान जगमान लोबा जानवितातावा जगमान लोबा जानवितातावा जगमान लोबा जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री श्री अद्वैत Gadadara Shiva Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shiva Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shiva Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Madana Mohana, Radha Madana Mohana, Radha Madana Mohana, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Nitai Gaura Sundara, Nitai Gaura Sundara, Nitai Gaura Sundara, Gaura Hari. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. Now please sit all together and we sing Narasimha prayer. Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasimha. Bahin Singha, Hirdayen Singha. Bahin Singha, Hirdayen Singha. Narasimha Mate Sharana Prapade. Narasimha Made शरणं प्रपद्ये तव कर कमलवरे नाकम् अद्भुत शृंगा दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु धनुभृङ्गा केशवदीत नरहरिरूप जय जगदीश हरे 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 तव कर कमल वरे नकमद्भुत शृंगा दलिता हिरण्यकशिपो धनुभृङ्गा केशवदीता नरहरिरूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव कर कमल वरे नकमद्भुत शृंगा दलिता हिरण्यकशिपो जय जगदीश केशवदीत नरहरिरूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवदीत नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद नरसिंह जय प्रहलाद नरसिंह जय प्रहलाद नरसिंह जय प्रहलाद नरसिंह जय सिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव भक्ति विघ्न विनाशन श्री नरसिंहदेव भगवान की श्रीपाद महाराज की गौर प्रेमानंदे श्री जन्माष्टमी महोत्सवा की
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshte Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jayo Radha Ramana Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Alle zusammen. Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Noch einmal alle. Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Bol Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jayo Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol. 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 Jayo Radhe, 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 Jayo Shyam, Jayo Shyam, Jayo Shyam, Jayo Shyam. Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Ale. Jayo Radha Ramana Hari Bol. 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda 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 Alle zusammen Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda 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 Und alle zusammen Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda 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 Alle Krishna Govinda Govinda Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, dear lovers of Lord Krishna. So thank you very much for coming here. We will now have, in a short minute, we will start the Abhishek. I will request all those who are sitting, maybe you can come a little closer and sit also a little closer. Many people are waiting at the back side. So please come a little closer, make some space for the others also. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ राधे जया राधा जया राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ राधे Krishna prestaya bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashtyadeshatari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasati Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Janmastami ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Hare Krishna, dear wonderful souls, dear fathers, dear mothers, dear children, dear friends, all of you who came here today to celebrate this wonderful festival enthusiastically with us together, please welcome. Now you have just witnessed the Abhishek ceremony. The next program today is a lecture, and for that we will rearrange a little bit here, so all the poles there will also will be removed. So please be a little quiet and a little patient till we have set up all the place here. So Hare Krishna, dear guests. So now we will gonna have a talk on Krishna Katha, topics spoken on Krishna. And for our speaker, we are very grateful that His Grace Akhandini Prabhu has joined us to give the lecture. Please welcome him with a big Haribol. He is from the Northern Ireland, and he has been in the Krishna consciousness for over 50 years. Came into contact with the books of Srila Prabhupada 50 years ago, and later he served in the UK as many positions in many projects, especially as the temple president of the famous Bhaktivedanta Manor. He has had several projects in UK, and also one is working with the BBC, giving talks there. And today, or especially in the later times, his special ability is to combine modern science with the Vaishnava and with the Vedanta philosophy. So he's very famous for that, and currently he's based in Switzerland, for which we are very grateful and happy. And now he's going to give you some insights about Lord Krishna. So thank you very much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Follow Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Rama Rama.
Rama Rama.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsava ki. Okay. Hare Krishna. I will speak in English, that is okay? Tora Hindi Samasta, huh? That's it. All right. This is one of the most important occasions for the devotee, for the Vaishnava devotee year. The appearance, the blessed appearance of Shri Krishna over 5,000 years ago. And still we are gathering here, and many places today, all over the world. Some of them yesterday, actually. I think India celebrated yesterday, and America celebrated yesterday. But by how the calendar works, today is our day for celebrating. But it's been celebrated all over the world now, thanks to the work of Srila Prabhupada and his ISKCON movement. And to all of you who are participating in this program for Srila Prabhupada. So, very important that on this occasion we not only enjoy all the other festive aspects. There's nice dance and drama going on outside. There are nice little shops and stalls selling all sorts of things, some delicious food. But we also have to spend a little time hearing Krishna Katha. Probably the most important thing we can do on Krishna's birthday is to remember him by remembering his pastimes. You know? Can you imagine going to a friend's birthday party and just having fun at the party and not asking them about themselves or knowing anything about them? No. Why are we here? Why is it important we're celebrating Krishna's birthday? These are the things we want to learn. So, I am going to read to you from some of the Srimad Bhagavad, the Bhagavad Puran. And this is 10th skanda, 10th canto. And I'm only able to read this 10th canto because I know you have all read cantos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Am I right? Nearly. Nearly. Actually, very important. This book is so specially arranged that you start to hear properly about Krishna in the 10th canto. Because it is so important and so easy to misunderstand that Vyasadeva, who compiled the Bhagavatam, wants you to understand all the other aspects of who Krishna is, his other incarnations, and what they are teaching us about the relationship that we can have as devotees towards the Supreme Lord. And when we are purified by that hearing, we become eager to hear about Krishna. And indeed, that was the situation with Maharaj Parikshit, listening to Shukadeva Goswami. The beginning of this canto, he's now very eager. He has heard all the other pastimes, so many. He has heard about the cosmic manifestation. He has heard all sorts of wonderful philosophy. And now he's really eager to hear about this personality, Krishna, who was so involved in his life. Krishna was there protecting his relatives, the Pandavas. Krishna was there even protecting Maharaj Parikshit himself when he was attacked by Ashvatthama with the Brahmastra when he was still in the womb of his mother. So he is very eager. And he starts this canto asking some questions. Maybe questions that you've even asked yourself about the pastimes. How come Balaram is the son of both Devaki and Rohini? Very odd. And then why did Krishna, when he was born in Mathura, go to Vrindavan to be at the home of Nanda Maharaj? Why that? You know? And why did he kill his uncle, Kungs? Not a nice thing to do, to kill your uncle. Why did he do that? So that just starts the questions. But he wants to hear everything. He says, tell me everything, every little detail about Krishna. I want to know. So, Shukadeva Goswami really starts the story like this. I'll read little bits and then we'll talk in between these first few chapters of the Bhagavatam. Once, when Mother Earth was overburdened by hundreds of thousands of military phalanxes of various conceited demons dressed like kings, she approached Lord Brahma for relief. Mother Earth assumed the form of a cow, very much distressed. With tears in her eyes, she appeared before Lord Brahma and told him about her misfortune. So here was Mother Earth, the personification of our planet, taking responsibility for all the persons within it, all the life within it. And she saw that there was all these big military leaders, these kings, who were posing themselves as Kshatriyas, meaning that they should be protecting the people. But all they were concerned for was their own power, their own military might, and fighting amongst themselves, causing chaos. This is Kali Yuga. We can identify, we can understand when we have governments that seem more concerned for themselves and making enmity with other countries than they are for looking after their people. But we may think we've got some demons in various places in government, different parts of the world, but nothing compared to the characters that were present 5,000 years ago. So Mother Earth approaches Lord Brahma in the form of a cow, because that is seeking compassion, seeking his willingness to help her. So Lord Brahma is moved, and he says, yes, this is a major problem. We should all go and beg for Lord Vishnu to come and help your situation. So they travel to a particular place within the cosmos known as the Kshirodak, the ocean of milk. And there they chanted prayers to invoke Kshirodakshai Vishnu, who's a form of Vishnu living within this universe. So, thereafter, having heard of the distress of Mother Earth, Lord Brahma, with Mother Earth, Lord Shiva, and all the other demigods approached the shore of the ocean of milk. After reaching the ocean of milk, the demigods worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, the Master of the whole universe, the Supreme God of all gods, who provides for everyone and diminishes everyone's suffering. With great attention they worshipped Lord Vishnu, who lies in the ocean of milk, by reciting the Vedic mantra known as the Purush Shukta. So, while they were chanting that, Lord Brahma entered into trance, and he received a message in his heart from Lord Vishnu that he now passed on to all the other demigods. So, while in trance, Lord Brahma heard the words of Lord Vishnu vibrating in the sky. Then he told the demigods, "O demigods, hear from me the order of Kshirodakshai Vishnu, the Supreme Person, and execute it attentively without delay." And what that instruction was that Lord Vishnu has heard the plight of the earth. He will respond because, as you know, if you only know one verse in the Bhagavad Gita, you probably know this one. Yada Nidharmasya Glanir Bhavati Bharata Abhyutanam Adharmasya Tadatnanam. And the next one, Pranitranaya Sambhavami Yuge. Krishna is saying that whenever there is trouble, whenever there is glani, which is the decline of dharma, whenever there is a rise of adharma, I am ready to descend. And I come for these purposes. Pranitranaya sadhunam, to protect the devotees, Mother Earth. Vinashaya chaduskritam, to destroy the demons, and thereby re-establish dharma. So Krishna is always willing to do that. So he says, I don't know the situation, I'm going to do it. But this is going to be a special situation, because any form of Vishnu can sort out the demons. Any form. They're all equally powerful as Krishna. But this was going to be not just an incarnation of Vishnu, but actually the source of all incarnations. Swayam Bhagavan, Krishna, coming in his personal form. Not as four-armed Vishnu, but he was going to perform pastimes as Krishna. And in this way, he isn't just sorting out the demons. He isn't just bringing up dharma. He is giving us a glimpse of what God does in the spiritual world. The Leela, the pastimes that God gets up to in the spiritual world. He's going to give us a vision of what that spiritual world is actually like, and show that it is so attractive that we go, wow, that's the place I want to be. I don't want just to stay in this material world, birth after birth, as a human. I don't want to even go to Swarga. I don't even want moksha in the Brahmajyoti. I want to go to Goloka, the original home of Krishna, where all these amazing things happen. That's why Krishna is deciding to come personally. And in order for him to perform his pastimes, what does he need? His devotees. Not just any devotees. You're all good devotees, but we're probably not quite in the category that he's looking for at this point. He brings his eternal associates, those who are enjoying with him in the spiritual world. They all come with him. Krishna doesn't come alone. He brings his whole what we call retinue. You know, all his associates. It's like, you know, the traveling fair. They all come. So that Krishna can really show off his pastimes. And he had already arranged that these devotees had taken birth in the heavenly planets as devas and devis. They were already there. So now, when Lord Brahma is passing on the message, he says, Vishnu wants you all the demigods and all your wives, together, start taking birth in the Vrishni dynasty, the Yadus. Take birth there because he will appear in that dynasty. So be ready for him. So of course, Mother Earth delighted. Krishna, you know, the Lord's going to appear on me, you know, in my and perform pastimes, and all the demigods are coming. Oh, it's wonderful. So no wonder she was very, very happy. Now we move on a little bit, and at that time, in the area of Mathura, there was different kingdoms around. And there was a king called Shurasena. And he had a very nice son called Vasudeva. Meanwhile, there was another king, Ugrasena, and his younger brother, Devaka. Devaka had a wonderful daughter called, well guessed. And Vasudeva and Devaki were to be married. And on their marriage day, wonderful celebrations. And as is typical even today in many kind of Vedic families, after the marriage, husband and wife, although they have been, you know, the ceremony may take place at the bride's family's place, they then return to the groom's family. And that can be a lonely journey. It's the first time, perhaps, that the bride has ever left her parents' home. The parting is very tough. So, this time, her cousin brother decided he would help Devaki. He would go with Devaki. He would drive the chariot of Vasudeva and Devaki back to Vasudeva's place with Surasena. And, you know, that would be his nice gesture for his cousin sister. The only problem was, who was this cousin of Devaki? Kamsa. Now, it's mentioned here sister, but as you know, sisters, brothers, they're cousins. You know, cousins, they're brothers and sisters. You know, that's how it's that close in a big family. So, Kamsa was driving the chariot along, and the devas, the demigods, didn't like the look of that. They thought, we can't have Kamsa appearing to be a nice guy. That's not good. We know he's going to be on Krishna's hit list. He is such a horrible, evil character. You know, we need to reveal his actual nature. So they arranged a voice in the sky. Kamsa, you are such a fool. You are driving the chariot of your sister Devaki, but you do not know that her 8th child will kill you. Didn't say boy or girl, just said child, Garva. You know, her 8th birth will kill you. So Kamsa immediately, forgetting all his, you know, what he's there for, forgetting that he was supposed to be helping Devaki, protecting her from, you know, feeling alone, grabs her by the hair, pulls out a sword, and he's about to chop her head off. That is the nature of a demon. They can look very nice on the outside for a little bit, but as soon as they're threatened, as soon as something isn't going their way, they will turn on everybody, even their dearest family. That is their nature. Vasudeva was kind of shocked. he knew he couldn't fight with Kamsa. He wasn't going to stop him by force. Therefore, he tried to pacify him and started using kind of sweet words. First of all, he used a bit of philosophy and said, you know, we all have to go sometime, so you shouldn't really be that worried, and really, you know, you don't want to get any nasty karma, do you? You know, and you're such a good person, you know, you're very famous. If you start killing your sister on her wedding day, you know, what are people going to think? And he was using all these good arguments as best he could. But Kamsa, no, her kid's going to kill me. You know, I have to finish it now. So it's explained how Vasudeva was thinking. He thought, all right, this is a situation, we've got to get out of this situation now, we'll worry about things in the future. And there's a good lesson for all of us in that, you know. So he made a promise which was very, very tough. You've got to imagine what he was going through internally. But he knew, if this prophecy is true, that Devaki's 8th child will kill him, will kill Kamsa, then let me have trust in that. But what he said seemed to be contrary to that. He said, don't worry, what I will do is, it's the 8th child, you don't have to fear from Devaki. I will present to you each child as they're born. You do what you like. And he did it apparently in such a relaxed, happy, generous way that Kamsa was stunned and thought, he is telling the truth. He's not agitated, he's not just prompt, he is telling me the truth. I will go with that. So Kamsa accepted. All right, that's the deal. We carry on down the road. You can imagine, wasn't a very talkative journey after that. So then, after some time, Devaki gave birth to her first child, Kirtiman. And Vasudeva, with, you know, the heaviest heart, brought this baby to Kamsa. And Kamsa must have been in a good mood that day. He said, nah, it's not this child I have to worry about. I'm pleased that you're willing to keep your word. That's good. That's all right. But I don't have a fear from this child. So off you go. It's all right. Now, Narad Muni had something in mind. And this is one of the mysteries, I suppose, for many people in this pastime. Because Narad Muni is the traveling sage, you know, the eternal spaceman traveling with his Veena, and he's always turning up in the different pastimes. And he's sometimes stirring things up. He's on the side of the Devas. He's Devarshi, right? He's the Rishi amongst the Devas. But sometimes he does things that seem to go along with the demons, but usually in a way that kind of hastens their demise. And that's what he had in mind. He went to see Kamsa. He wanted to see things move quickly. So he said, well, I've got to tell you about where I've just been. I've just come from a meeting. I was traveling, you know, we were traveling from in the heavenly planets. We came to this beautiful place. There was all the sages there and the Devas. They were having this really good meeting. It was fantastic. But you know what they were talking about? They were planning how to kill you. And they were planning your death at the hands of Devaki's child. So Narad left it like that. So at that point, Kamsa turned, okay, well look, I'm not even waiting. You know, this is I'm going to kill them all. So when each child, he killed Kirtiman, and with the next 5 children, the Devaki bore, they were all killed. Now, you might think, well, why was Narad, you know, this is horrible. But there is a backstory, as there often is in the Puranas. These 6 children of Devaki were actually, in previous lives, the 6 mental sons of Marichi. They offended Lord Brahma and got cursed to take birth as demons. Now there's different stories related to them, but in the 85th chapter of the Bhagavad, of the 10th canto, it gives a little more detail. And that one explains how these 6 children, these 6, which were sages, they were Brahmin sages, had fallen to become demons. They took birth as the sons of Hiranyakashipu. But they were transferred from Hiranyakashipu to another demon, to his wife, and that demon was called Kala Nemi. Kala Nemi was Kamsa in his previous life. And in that life, his sons they had been cursed that they will be killed by their father. Now they weren't killed in that life by Kala Nemi, but that's why they were born as Devaki's children, so that Kala Nemi as Kamsa would fulfill the prophecy or the curse on these 6 children and release them from it. So, seems horrible, seems nasty, and it was. On Kamsa's part, it was nasty. He was doing it, doesn't excuse his evil, but the circumstances were different. And there's another element to this story, and that is that the 6 sons of Marichi, the sons of the mind, are the 6 things that sometimes infect our minds. Kam, Krodh, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. Yes. Desires, anger, greed, illusion, madness, and envy. These are the 6 things that are constantly floating in our minds, conjuring up ideas, conjuring up thoughts, conjuring up doubts, worries, plans, you know, for us to do all sorts of silly, stupid things, to react if we are offended. Oh, we know it. It's all day long, isn't it? You know, to different degrees. So these are 6 things that are in the mind. And it was necessary for Devaki's mind to be completely freed from these 6 things in order that it became a place where Krishna could incarnate. If you're inviting Krishna to incarnate, you have to create the right situation. If you want to bring the Murti of Krishna into your home, you clean and you make it spotless for him. We understand purity and godliness go together. So for Devaki, she was cleansed of each of these aspects as the children, their children were taken by Kamsa. Now then came the 7th pregnancy. Kamsa's starting to get worried. It's time's ticking. And at that time, Krishna informed his potency, Yoga Maya. Yoga Maya is the personification of his energy, who looks after his pastimes in the spiritual world, and she also looks after the material world. It's just 2 different roles by the same potency, but we know her as Yoga Maya when she's facilitating Krishna Leela, and we know her as Mahamaya when she's making things difficult for us. Right? And then we know her as Durga, Amba, you know, and so on. Kali. Thank you. So, she made the arrangement that actually the child in the womb of Devaki in the 7th pregnancy was actually Balaram, yes. So she rearranged that Balaram was taken from Devaki's womb, and it looked like she'd had a miscarriage. And everyone, you know, Devaki's lost her child. But she was then born from Rohini, who'd actually had a miscarriage, and then gave birth to Balaram. So that answered one of Maharaj Parikshit's questions. How come Balaram is Devaki's child and Rohini's child? So that was the 7th. Now, it's getting very close. And at that time, it said that Krishna appears in the mind of Vasudeva, the father. And Vasudeva just was glowing. And from his mind, Krishna then transferred to the heart of Devaki. Now, she was effulgent, even though they were being kept prisoner in the kind of the palace of Kamsa. She was effulgent, and it was very clear this was not an ordinary situation. And Kamsa saw it and he thought, this is my death, about to take birth. It's very clear that this is no ordinary personality. So now his mind is going, what will I do? Should I kill her now? Would that be the best thing to do? But then what's it going to look like? You know? My cousin sister, she's under my protection. I'm holding her prisoner. You know? And now she's even pregnant. I can't do that. How will anyone think I'm a great hero if I just kill a woman who's pregnant because I was frightened of its child? No, I'm going to have to wait until the child is born. That was his calculation. Now, we are moving on. And whilst in but he had been preparing. Basically, Kamsa had terrorized everyone. He'd taken over the throne from his father, Father Ugrasena, and taken over Shurasen's kingdom. He'd chased all the Yadus away. Few of them kept in his service, like a Krura, because they wanted to be around when Krishna actually appeared. But the others went and hid. But the demigods, seeing Devaki pregnant, they went and they offered some beautiful prayers to her. I'll just read this one here. The demigods prayed, "O Lord, you never deviate from your vow, which is always perfect, because whatever you decide is perfectly correct and cannot be stopped by anyone. Being present in the three phases of cosmic manifestation, creation, maintenance, and annihilation, you are the supreme truth. Indeed, unless one is completely truthful, one cannot achieve your favor, which therefore cannot be achieved by hypocrites. You are the active principle, the real truth in all the ingredients of creation, and therefore you are known as Antaryami, the inner force. You are equal to everyone, and your instructions apply for everyone, for all time. You are the beginning of all truth. Therefore, offering our obeisances, we surrender unto you. Kindly give us protection." This is the sort of meditation that are described in these beautiful prayers by the demigods, because we are meant to understand that. This is how we are approaching Janmastami, the appearance of Krishna. We are thinking about the fact that that personality who is behind the whole creation, and we can't even imagine the extent of that. We're bewildered just by this little planet and how big it is. We look into the sky, we've got no idea how far it extends, how much is involved. And this may just be one of the universes in countless others, according to the Vedas. And even all of the material universes is one fraction of the spiritual world, full of the Vaikunthas, full of all the different personalities and expansions of Krishna. Krishna behind all of that. It's incredible. And here he is coming to protect us. And we have tiny little faith. We like Krishna. But do we always trust that he will look after us? Or are we thinking, no, I better look after myself. I've got to make my own plans. And we have to play our part. But ultimately, As a devotee, we appreciate that Krishna is there. He does not let his devotees down. So, another one. O Lord, we are fortunate because the heavy burden of the demons upon this earth is immediately removed by your appearance. Indeed, we are certainly fortunate, for we shall be able to see upon this earth and in the heavenly planets the marks of lotus, conch shell, club that adorn your lotus feet. Here's the important thing. We know, oh, that's really nice, thank you. We know that there's troubles out there. We know that there's difficulties in our life and that not everyone we know or work for or works for us has got our interest in mind. But we should never think that we have to take the lower path. We can act dharmically. We can act appropriately. We can think, how would Krishna want me to act in this? And if you do that, Krishna will be with you. But if you think someone has hurt you and you have to hurt them back, that's you. That's the Matsarya. That's the Krodha. That's the Kama infecting you. Don't think Krishna is there for you. Krishna gives us tests. Do you want to trust him? And the more and each time you trust, the closer your relationship with Krishna becomes. Now we enter into Krishna's appearance. At the auspicious time for the appearance of the Lord, the entire universe was surcharged with all the qualities of goodness, beauty, and peace. The constellation Rohini appeared, as did stars like Ashwini. These are auspicious nakshatras. The sun, the moon, and the other stars and planets were very peaceful. All directions appeared extremely pleasing, and the beautiful stars twinkled in the cloudless sky. Decorated with towns, villages, mines, and pasturing grounds, the earth seemed all auspicious. The rivers flowed with clear water, and the lakes and vast reservoirs full of lilies and lotuses were extraordinarily beautiful. In the trees and green plants full of flowers and leaves, pleasing to the eyes, birds like cuckoos and swarms of bees began chanting with sweet voices for the sake of the demigods. A pure breeze began to blow, pleasing the sense of touch and bearing the aroma of flowers. And when the Brahmins engaged in ritualistic ceremonies ignited their fires according to the Vedic principles, the fires burned steadily, undisturbed by the breeze. Thus, when the birthless Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was about to appear, the saints and the Brahmins, who were always being disturbed by demons like Kamsa and his men, felt peace within the core of their hearts. And kettle drums simultaneously vibrated from the upper planetary system. So, when Krishna is in your life, everything becomes nice. Everything becomes peaceful. If you can find Krishna in your life by hearing about him from Shastra, from the devotees, by chanting his holy name, calling him into your life, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. In this way, you will find peace. Now, when Krishna then appeared, he appeared in his four-armed form as Vishnu. And this was a revelation to Vasudeva and Devaki to assure them he was the Supreme Lord. He was so different from all their other babies. He was clearly the Lord, as they've heard in the Shastra, the description of the Supreme Lord Vishnu. So they offered nice prayers to him. Here's Devaki's. No one in this material world has become free from the four principles of birth, death, old age and disease, even by fleeing to various planets. But now that you have appeared, my Lord, death is fleeing in fear of you, and the living entities, having obtained shelter at your lotus feet by your mercy, are sleeping in full peace. Now, then she asks him, but I have a worry. Kamsa will come. Now her maternal affection. She understands this is the Supreme Lord, but her maternal affection takes over. And she's thinking, yes, but I've got to protect him. So she asks, please, can you take a human form? You know, as a baby. Then I can find some way to hide you. You know? And also, if I tell people I've just given birth to the Supreme Personality in this four-armed form, people are not going to believe it. But let me just, you know, see you as the baby. And so Krishna then converts from his four-armed form to his original form. And this is interesting. Many people think, this is Krishna, he's coming from Vishnu. He's a transformation of Vishnu. That is often what people think, because they think, well, Krishna's got 2 arms, Vishnu's got 4, that's bigger and better. Vishnu must be the original. No. The Adi Purusha, the original personality of Godhead, that is Shri Krishna. Satchidananda Vigraha, Nadir Adir Govinda, Sarvakarana Karanam. That is Krishna, the Adi Purusha. We sing it every morning here in the temples. Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. The original form is the 2-armed form of Krishna, and from Krishna come the different expansions through Balaram. Then there's the Chaturvyuha, which is the different 4-armed forms and the proliferation. So now Krishna is appearing in a form that we don't get to see in the spiritual world, the baby form. And he arranges that, Vasudev, you can now take me to Vrindavan, to the home of your friend Nanda Maharaj. Nanda and Vasudeva are very, very close friends. Devaki and Yashoda, very close. And at the same time Devaki gave birth to Krishna, Yashoda had given birth to Yogamaya. But she had fallen asleep, and all the other people in the home, by Yogamaya's arrangement, were asleep. So no one actually knew, had Yashoda given birth to a boy or a girl. They didn't know. Now Vasudeva was able to pick up little Krishna there in Kamsa's prison house and walk out, and the doors just automatically opened. No one saw him, no one stopped him. He went out, and at that point now it was raining. And Ananta Sage comes with his hoods behind Vasudeva and Krishna to protect them. The Jamuna was in full flood then with all the rains, and it just parted in order to let Vasudeva walk across over to Vrindavan. There he entered Yashoda and Nanda's house and changed Krishna, left him with Yashoda, and took Yogamaya back to the cell. And then, just to complete this part of the pastime, of course, when Yogamaya gets back and Kamsa, it says he puts the iron shackles back on him, you know, as if he's been locked up all night. The baby starts crying, Wah! And that's just to wind up Kamsa. Right? So Kamsa comes running in, you know, this is the child. What? It's a girl? You know, I was going to be killed by, no, that doesn't compute, you know, but still I've got to kill it, you know. So he picks up Yogamaya, and as he's going to try and dash her to the ground, just in his complete mad frenzy, she slips from his hand up into the sky, takes her Durga form with 8 arms. Said, Kamsa, you fool, you don't know what's going on. The child that will kill you has been born elsewhere. You're finished. And Kamsa is so shocked, He's been waiting for this 8th child, you know, thinking that that was his death, and it doesn't even seem that the prophecy made any sense whatsoever. You know, it's not holding together. This 8th child apparently is not the one who's going to kill him, and girl, you know, and now it's somewhere else. What's going on? So, in that extreme situation, he kind of thought, oh, I've been a bit of a rat. So he apologizes to Vasudeva and Devaki, you know, for all his atrocities. And they go, okay, all right, yeah, they're devotee Vaishnavas, they offer forgiveness. That only lasted a day for Kamsa. The next day, he was meeting with his ministers, and they said, what? You're going soft? If this kid is out there and it's meant to kill you, then we're all in trouble. So they went on this rampage of terrorism. But they never found Krishna. They never got to Vrindavan at that time. Later on, Kamsa would send, he heard about Krishna, and he would send demons to try and sort him out. And later on, Kamsa would get his comeuppance. But that's a pastime for another day. I think we've reached our magic hour. But if there's any questions or clarifications.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. And so today we are fasting for Krishna. Can you maybe explain why we are fasting and what is how we can please Krishna in this way?
Yes, we fast for Krishna. We fast on all the appearance days of the Supreme Lord. And generally we fast on the appearance day of the Lord up until the evening. But Krishna made his appearance at midnight. That's why we gather and we want to be there for when the deities open at midnight. So we fast at midnight on Janmastami. And fasting is good. It reminds us that something we like to do every day. And we'd happily do it all day if our tummies would allow it. You know, we put that aside and think, no, I'm for Krishna, I will fast. And I will feast on the remembrance of Krishna. I will feast on seeing him in the temple. I will feast on the kirtan and chanting of the holy name. And then later on, of course, Krishna never likes his devotees to actually go hungry. So he will arrange a wonderful feast prasadam. Now we are serving it at 10 o'clock for those who have to leave early. And so I think they will be serving that at that time. And you have done your, if you fasted until this time, then you have done your austerities for today. And thank you for attending this class. I think we now have kirtan and we prepare for these 2 hours leading up to the appearance of Radha Gopinathji on the altar. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Shri Krishna Janmastami Mahotsav ki. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki. Gaura Premanandi. Srila Prabhupada ki. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Gaura Premanandi.
Haribo. His Grace Akhandri Prabhu ki Jai. Thank you very much, Prabhu, for sharing us the advent and appearance of Lord Krishna with us together. It is always inspiring to hear Krishna Katha from your mouth. And those of you who want to listen more about Prabhu's lectures, he has a very nice YouTube channel called Atma Paradigm. There he explains how the consciousness is not something of material but spiritual. And that YouTube channel is done very exceptionally, so please check it out. And for today, we want to like to give you some small gift for lecturing. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Hari Bol. Thank you. Hari Bol. So, the next program is going to be a a dance performance. This is performed by Shaukandika Marachi. For that, I would request you everyone from here. So I start everyone to move to this side, starting from here, facing this direction, so that we can have enough space in the front. So please also hit this side. Can you move little back? Shaukandika Marche, she is here with her crew. Uma Kumar, Haribol, Uma Kumar, Daritre Joshi and Lavan Rasaya. And they are going to show you a Bharatanatyam performance. Shaukandika Marche, she is learning the Bharatanatyam art since she is 3 years old, and her life the dance has accompanied her. And also for many years in the back for Janmastami and also for Radhayatra, she has been performing here for this temple. She and her husband are very helpful to this temple. And today she is going to perform to some songs of a South Indian king called King Swati Tirunal. And she is going to explain more about this in detail. So, Hare Krishna. And dear devotees, there's also more space on this side. So all those who are sitting in the back, maybe you can also move here so you can see a little bit more about it.
You can start tuning the instrument. I'll introduce in the meanwhile. Hare Krishna. Today, me and my co-artists are here to present a Bharatanatyam presentation, and this presentation is titled The Maharaja's Poetry. So we are covering the poetry and the compositions of Maharaja Swati Tirunal Ramavarma of Trivandrum, erstwhile Travancore in Kerala. The Maharaja lived in the 1800s. He lived a very short life, just 33 years. But he was an illustrious king, not just a fantastic administrator, but a fantastic musician. When he was around 2 years old, he lost his mother. So it was his mother's sister or aunt who brought him up. And she taught him multiple languages. So he knew Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu, Sanskrit, Hindi, Marathi. And he learned both Carnatic and Hindustani music. And so when he became the king, when he took over, he encouraged a lot of art, music, dance in his court, and people came from all over the country. Artists came in from all over the country to perform at his court. But the speciality is that he himself was a fantastic composer, and he has around 400 plus compositions to his credit, which includes Carnatic as well as Hindustani, which includes Telugu, Kannada, Marathi, Sanskrit, Malayalam. So all the languages that he knew, he's composed in practically all of them. The beauty of the compositions is the sheer variety. So if you are a connoisseur of Hindustani music and Carnatic music, you'll get what I mean. So he's composed Drupads, Khyals, Tumris, Bhajans, Upakyanams, Utsava Prabandhams, then Tillanas, Varnams, and Kritis. So this is like a huge repertoire in terms of compositions. And I don't know if we can do justice to it in 45 minutes, but we'll try our best. And we've taken compositions from both the Carnatic and the Hindustani traditions, as well as we've tried to take a broad section. So we have an Utsava Prabandham, we have a Tillana. So we have a lot of, try to bring in a lot of variety, and hopefully I do justice to this great composer. Joining me today are Dharitri Joshi on the Hindustani vocal. Please give her a very warm round of applause. Then we have Lavan Rasaya on the violin. So that's our Krishna today, okay, with the gopis. And we have Uma Kumar for the Carnatic vocal. So our very first number for today is from an Utsava Prabandha. As the word suggests, it is sung during an Utsava or a festival. And this particular song is sung on the third day of the festival at the Padmanabha Swami temple. So the festival happens twice in a year. Each time it is 10 days. And on the third day, this specific song is sung. So every day, the Lord Padmanabha, that is Krishna, is taken out in procession through the entire city, and he visits the city on different vehicles or vahanas. So you will find the statue of the Lord, and then you will find the vehicle or the vahana beneath. So that's the vehicle that he comes in. And on the third day, he comes on the Kamala Vahana, which is the lotus vehicle. And that's what this song speaks about. Now, the style of writing this particular song is very unique. Normally, you would describe the Lord and say, he looks beautiful, he looks handsome, so on and so forth. But here the poet takes a slightly different route. He compares with other people. And this was a style of writing at that point in time. That is why one of the compositions has this style of poetry. I'll also show you the mudra so it becomes easy to understand. So the Naika, the heroine, and her friends are at the city where this Utsava is happening. And along the streets are people with garlands in their hands. They're waiting for somebody. There are tiny little children with flowers in their palms. Again, they're waiting for somebody. The entire place has been decorated very beautifully. And in the distance, right far away where you really can't see very clearly, you have people dragging a huge chariot. Now the two friends and the Naika, they make their way through the crowd requesting people just like how you did here, please, 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 and then they end up for a vantage position right in front from where they can see the procession very clearly. And now they start discussing among themselves and they say, on this huge lotus vehicle sits a man with a very princely demeanor, very kingly demeanor. He's also dressed like a king with a crown and other things. Who is he? And now the discussion among them starts. So the first person says, I think that is Indra, the one who owns the Airavata elephant. I say, no. Indra has 1,000 eyes all over his body. This person doesn't have it. He's got two beautiful lotus eyes, but then this is not Indra. So then who is it? They say, it's probably the moon. Because you see this beautiful, calm, quiet, nice feeling that has come the moment this person has come in. So it's got to be the moon. Says no. The moon, if he is the moon, then on the face there have to be multiple craters. There have to be imperfections. This person has super clear complexion. It is not him. And they say probably it is Gauri or Parvati's husband, Shiva. That Shiva who has the Ganga held in his hair, who wears this little crescent moon on his head, and who adorns himself in snakes, who wears the elephant cloth around his waist, who does the cosmic dance called Tandava, which is the dance of creation and destruction, who sits on the Kailasha Parvata in penance. It's got to be him, because this person is as majestic as Lord Shiva. And then they say, no, that's not possible. Because if this is Lord Shiva, then where is the third eye? This person doesn't have it. He's majestic, but he doesn't have the third eye. So it's not Shiva. Say, I think it is the sun god. Because he's radiant, and this person is radiant too. Says, that's not possible. Because the rays of the sun would have burnt everything by now, and that's not happened. So it's not the sun god. Then who is it? Then one of those ladies says, I think it is Dhanapati or Kubera, the god of wealth. Look at him, look at the jewelry, look at, you have to have money, man, so he's got to be the god of wealth. He says, no, that Kubera is deformed, physically deformed. But this person looks absolutely handsome and magnificent, so it's definitely not Kubera. So if he's majestic, handsome, cool guy with beautiful eyes and very radiant, it's got to be Lord Padmanabha or Krishna.
Hare Krishna. It is in the ragam, the first song called Kanakamayam. It is in the ragam Husaini, set to Rupakatalam. Kanakamayam Kanakamayam Ayidum Kamalavahana Madinmel Kanakamayam Ayidum Kamalavahana Madinmel Kanatoru Gamikunnaradhanom Kanatoru Kartiyodum Gamikunnaradhanom Valamadhanen Vibhavamode Vasudayil Sancharichidunno Valamadhanen Vilasum netra sahasram kalabagate kulir mateyo kanirode vilasum kulir madiyenga gelvullin ulavagum angamayum gauri nayanagum gauri nayanagum kailasa deshwarano gauri Vilasitum kadirono vadapane kadironin nakilavan katamevam shantalavu darite mori male danapati yennakilavan Krishna
Okay, the second number that we present is a khayal. And we have a Hindustani singer who specializes in khayal. And khayal is kind of romantic poetry, am I right?
Yes,
Could you, could you give me a line about what khayal is?
Khayal actually it's a Urdu word which means your imagination, and it is a Hindustani classical art form where apart from devotional, other subjects are also explored, and there are other aesthetic values apart from which you do not see in Carnatic and Dhrupad styles. So that is khayal.
So in this khayal, we, of course, romantic poetry. So we have a naika or a heroine who feels she has been deceived by her lover, Krishna. So one fine day, around evening time, she stands in front of the mirror and she starts tying up her hair, basically getting ready. So tying up her hair, putting flowers in the hair, putting on her earrings, nice jewelry, picks up a couple of expensive silk saris. Probably she went to Pothis or maybe Nallis and tried looking for some saris. This one's not good. Then picks up another one because she is dressed to kill. So she's now ready and all decked up. She's also put on some perfume, and she's now also made a garland of flowers to welcome Krishna, because you see he always wears a garland of flowers in any picture that you see. So she's made a garland for him, and she's also put some air freshener in the house. Okay, so basically decorated the house, and now she's in the garden. She's got a little lotus pond in the garden, and that is where she's waiting for him. She keeps looking out for him. He doesn't turn up. And while she keeps waiting, she ends up falling asleep. Finally wakes up to realize the sun is already up. Everyone is already at work, but this man hasn't turned up. Now she's really worried. So she walks up and down. What is wrong with him? Is he in problems? Does he need help? Why has he not contacted? Why has not an SMS, but why has anybody come to give a message? What is wrong with him? Then there's a knock on the door, and she opens the door, and there is Krishna. But she's shocked to see him, because, do you know Kohl Kajal? He's got Kajal marks all over his face. You've seen this bindi, the vermilion, the kumkum of the olden days. He's got that all over his face. And his eyes are so droopy, he could fall off to sleep any minute. And now she knows. He has been with somebody else. And now she feels very, very disturbed. All this love that I had for you, all these hopes that I had, have all come down to the dust. And now she starts observing, because she wants to confirm. So she goes, observes him. Women are anyway very observant, but now she goes and confirms him, head to toe, goes around him. And then she sees there are thread marks on his chest. What are these thread marks? So you've worn a garland which has been put together with a thread. And he's probably hugged somebody so tightly that those thread marks are there on his chest. And she says, I know what you did. It's something, I know what you did last summer, something like that. So I know what you did. I am such an innocent Vrindavan Vasi, Gopika from Vrindavan. How could you do this to me? I'm so very disappointed with you. This is I, Giridhar. The language is Hindi, and the raga.
The raga in this song is Puriya Dhanashri, but we begin an alap with Yaman and then we slowly move into Puriya Dhanashri. सिंगार फूलन के हार लिए विविध सुगंध से मन भाए बैठी थी मन के साथी कुमुद सरोवर कुमलाए आए गिरिधर द्वारे मेरे गोरी अंजन अधर ललाट महावर नयन पुनींदे चले आए रयन समय प्रभु छल बल करके कांतिया को बिरमाए मदनी मदनी रे सा नि ध प मग मग रे सा नि मग प मग प मदनी मदनी रे सा नि सा ब्रज नारी को बंधन करके कैसे प्रीतम सुख पाए कैसे प्रीतम सुख
Our third number, can we move to a Carnatic number? And this is an Upakyanam. And this is Kuchela Upakyanam. Kuchela is also known as Sudama. So this is Sudama's story. And the way the poet has written it is, every scene is a separate song. Now the story is quite long. We're not taking the entire thing. We're taking exactly 2 scenes. And that too from in between the story. In filmmaking, there's a terminology which is called enter late and exit early. So when we as an audience get into the scene, something is already happening. And when we leave, the story is yet to finish, but we have left early. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And the story, I don't know if a lot of you know about Sudama's story, but in the course of it, I will explain. If you still have any questions, you can always ask me after the performance is over. So when we open the scene, Sudama and his wife are already having a heated argument. And the wife says, "What is your problem?" Every wife says that, that's a different thing. But here she says, "What is your problem? Why can't you go to Krishna and ask for help? You say he's your friend, isn't it? You say he's the Almighty and you trust him, isn't it? Then why can you not go and ask for some help? What is this ego that you have within you? What prevents you from surrendering completely to somebody whom you consider to be the supreme being? Why are you doing this? There's no money in the house. There's nothing at all." And now Sudama says, "I am not going to go and ask Krishna for help. Yes, we are friends. We studied in school together. We're very good friends. But if I go and ask him, what if he thinks that, this person is misusing friendship? What if he does not remember me at all? Because he's a king and I'm just a poor brahmana. He may not remember me. I don't want to go." But she's very persistent. So she takes the only thing that is there in the house, one fistful of poha or puffed rice, ek mutti bhar ka poha. And she puts the entire thing onto a cloth, ties a little potli, a packet, and hands it over to him and says, "You do not go and meet anyone empty-handed. Take this, go meet him." Sudama is like in a lot of worry. Already that's a king I'm going to go and meet. What have I taken for him? Poha. What is he going to think about me? And with a lot of uncertainty in his mind, he walks through the streets and villages and finally reaches the palace of Krishna. The moment he sees the grand palace, and he looks at what he has in his hand. Now the doubts increase. Should I go back? Should I go and meet him? Should I go back? Should I go and meet him? But at that time, on the royal balcony is Krishna, who's enjoying a nice evening looking around. And he spots Sudama. He rushes out of the palace. He goes running to Sudama, pats him and says, "Hey, how are you?" And he hugs him tightly and says, "Come on, come home." Sudama's not ready. He literally drags a reluctant Sudama, takes him to his house, and then he makes him sit on the throne. And not only that, he pours water on his feet and he washes his feet with his hands. Then he takes his angavastram, the shawl that he has, wipes his feet dry. He serves him food from the royal kitchen. He picks up a fan and fans him as Sudama eats. Sudama is overcome by emotion. He's not able to eat. And he says, "What is the good karma or the punya that I have done, that the Almighty Himself is cleaning my feet? What have I done to deserve a friend like you?" And he takes Krishna's hand in his hands and he bursts into tears. And that's where we stop the story. There are two songs which we have combined together so that we can have two scenes. The ragas, please.
Yes. So the two ragas are Kalyani and Hamir Kalyani. दीन शरीरेण अमुना भूमि देवेन
The next number that we will be doing, again we shift to the Hindustani tradition, and this is again another khayal, but this is a very cute little story. We always heard of how Krishna and the Gopikas, they always had this fight. So he would steal butter, he would escape. They would go and complain to his mother, then one big hangama will happen. You know, this cycle would keep getting repeated. So this story borrows somewhere from there, but it's slightly different. So Krishna is a cowherd boy, little child. So the mother, Yashoda, she packs a nice little lunch for the